Excuse me. Counselor Woodland?
Present.
Counselor Bays? Present. Counselor Donato?
Present.
Counselor Falcoff?
Present.
Counselor Feltner?
Present.
Counselor Canellis?
Present.
Counselor Palumbo?
Present.
Counselor Picciarelli?
Counsel Picciarelli will not be here this evening.
President Sedaris?
Present. Can I get a motion to go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town council, and the chair so declares, and I do.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Bays?
Yes.
Counselor Donato?
Yes.
Counselor Falcoff?
Yes.
Counselor Feltner?
Yes.
Counselor Canellis?
Yes.
Counselor Palumbo?
Yes.
Counselor Woodland?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, we'll be returning to open session at approximately 7:15. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is public forum, and this is an agenda item that allows people to speak for anything that's not scheduled for a public hearing. For those that don't know our rules, you are allowed to speak for 2 minutes, and we do not respond back to you at that time. First person this evening is Russell Rico.
Good evening, Russell Rico, Fayette Street. Mr. President, distinguished councilors, I'm here to make a brief comment in reference to the parking study. What I object to is the town purchasing these new meters. And I know there are people that like them because they can use the app on their smartphone and they can pay for it. But unfortunately, the cost of these meters are $500 each. And if we were to purchase 500, it would cost Watertown $250,000. If we were to purchase 1,000 of them, it would cost us $500,000. And the only benefit is there's those that have trouble keeping 2 quarters in the glove compartment of their car, that they could pay it with the app on their phone. And for their convenience, I don't think the town should waste the money. So I totally object to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to...
Ellen Rothman.
Ellen Rothman, okay, sorry. I'm not,
Okay, Ellen Rothman, Fairview Avenue. This is about the community energy aggregation, the CCA. I keep hearing, and everywhere I go, and reading about how frustrated and fearful people are because there's nothing they can do about climate change. Yeah, it's fine to use paper bags and to be really zealous about recycling, but we all know that these actions, they're valuable, but they have limited impact. You, our town councilors, have a chance to do more than that, to do something real, to do something meaningful. If you vote for a significant percentage, and to me, that's at least a little bit above 50% of renewables in the electricity package. This is all assuming we get a good bid, et cetera, et cetera. We know that's pending. But if you do that, you can take a big step toward decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels. And that will, in and of itself, be valuable and important. It'll also help drive the growth of the state's clean energy sector. If you set the percentage of renewables too low, you're missing a rare opportunity to make a significant impact on the carbon footprint of the town and on all of us who can't do this directly. We can't do it without you. So we know that this whole thing about price stability is elusive because the prices go up and down seasonally and annually. Eversource's prices do. Lower costs would be nice, but if the costs are lower, it's not going to be by a huge amount. It's not going to buy one of these fancy new parking meters. On the other hand, if it costs a little more, it's not going to be by a lot either, and anyone who feels it's a burden to pay that can opt out easily at any time. Nobody is going to be forced to do this. So even though I would say it's not primarily a cost savings, it's planet savings. And this is one of the few ways to slow climate change, and you can do it, if you will, which I hope you will.
thank you. Jocelyn Tagger?
I'm Jocelyn Tager, and I'm a resident of Watertown. I did send an email yesterday, so basically I'm going to say pretty much what was in that email, which is that I'm grateful to you all for considering a CCA for Watertown. We lead the 6 New England states and probably anybody east of California in our solar zone ordinance, and we have a chance to actually lead the state again in increasing the amount of renewables in the CCA that's coming, that you all are considering. I don't think it matters whether it's a modest savings or a small expense. We're talking pennies per watt, or maybe 5 cents a watt or 10 cents a watt, but not enough to make a significant difference in anybody's expenses. And as Ellen said, anybody can opt out at any time. But you have a chance to make our renewable package really significant. And by my standards, that's at least 60% or higher. So that's one thing. The second thing is I'm working really hard in Cambridge to get people to opt up in their package. They have 39,000 ratepayers in Cambridge. We've been able, in working for a year, to nudge that figure from 647 to about 800. It is very difficult if the package itself does not carry a lot of renewables to get people to opt out, just because they don't understand the issues. So I join Ellen and anybody else who is here in asking you to please, please, please make that renewable package large in the CCA. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Peterson?
I'm Deborah Peterson. I want to thank the council and the town for considering and for moving forward on the CCA. What I want to point out is that the CCA was created to stabilize rates for consumers and to increase the amount of renewable energy in our electricity. Eversource rates vary widely. I've been watching them. Winter rates are always more than summer rates. In 2018, the winter rate was 12% higher than in 2019, the winter rate was 12% higher than in 2018. Now the summer rate is 5% less than in 2018. So you can see how they vary. And stability would be a benefit, and that is one of the benefits of the CCA. As for renewables, the town has embraced an ambitious climate action goal for the residential sector, and we know that you're committed to meeting those goals. This is the single most powerful tool you have for achieving that goal, and now is our chance. The town has few other tools that can have the kind of impact to reach these goals. And so I urge you, in giving your authorization for this program, to really reach for the highest level of renewables, because this is your chance. The CCA was not intended to save consumers money. In fact, most consumers are willing to pay more for electricity that reduces greenhouse gas emissions. In 2015, 77% of registered voters surveyed said they believed that the world was getting warmer. In 2015, it was 78%, and now it's at 88%. A recent WBUR survey found that 74% of voters interviewed said they would pay $10 more per month on their energy bill for renewables. And that's a surprise to many.
Okay, your time is up.
Okay, I would just urge you to
Thank
keep
you.
that in mind. Thank you.
Anyone else that hasn't signed up wish to be heard on this issue? There is another public forum at the end as well. Seeing none, I close the public forum and move on to the examination of minutes. Can I get a motion on the minutes of May 14th?
Mr. President, I make a motion to move forward with approving the May 14 minutes as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. President's report, I don't have anything this evening that I wanted to bring forward. We move on to motions, orders, and resolutions. And 8A is a resolution approving the acceptance of gift of tangible personal property of a plaque to be placed at the Casey Park. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council, the audience here and the audience at home. I'd like to speak briefly in the background of the acceptance of the gift of tangible personal property. have received email correspondence from the Madigan family wishing to donate a plaque to be placed at Casey Park in loving memory of their daughter, Leah James Madigan. Leah was 4 months old. She died suddenly last September. It was the beloved daughter of Miley and Dan Madigan, and a loving sister to her big brother Carter. In Leah's memory, a beautiful summer charm lilac tree was planted at Casey Park that will bloom yearly in springtime. I want to thank Superintendent Me, the Department of Public Works, and his staff, Mr. DeRico, Mr. Haywood, along with the Director of Public Recreation, Mr. Santola, for their efforts in planting the tree. The Madigan family would like to add a plaque at the base of the tree that reads as follows: In loving memory of Leah James Madigan, April 17, 2018 to September 13, 2018. Daughter, sister, best friend. A dedication ceremony and a celebration of Leah's life is in the planning stages. I'm proud tonight, Mr. President, that Leah's mom, Miley, is in the audience with us tonight. And so pursuant to the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53A and a half, municipalities are authorized to accept gifts of tangible personal property with approval of Town Council. So, Mr. President, members of the Council, I respectfully request your favorable consideration of the Madigan family's wish to donate a plaque to be placed in Casey Park in loving memory of their daughter, Leah James Madigan. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Did you want to speak? Can I get a motion on the acceptance, the resolution approving the acceptance of the gift of personal property, which is the plaque to be placed at Casey Park?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, and we're very sorry for your loss. The next item is 8B, which is consideration and action on authorization to move forward with the Watertown Electrical Aggregation Program. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Town Council. As you recall, for background purposes, before bringing forward Mr. Lewis, the town's energy manager, forward, back in September of 2017, the Honorable Town Council adopted an action item that reads as follows: that the Town Council authorize the appropriate departments to research, develop, and participate in a contract or contracts to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and small businesses in Watertown and for other related services independently or in joint action with other municipalities, and authorizes the town manager to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same. As a follow-up to Council's action back in September 2017, Mr. Lewis, the energy manager for the town, forward correspondence dated May 22nd, informing that the town has received conditional approval of the town's electricity supply aggregation plan, or the Watertown Electricity Choice, from the Department of Public Utilities. Also within that email correspondence, Mr. Lewis has indicated that the Watertown's Environment and Energy Efficiency Committee, along with Mr. Lewis himself as energy manager, is seeking Town Council's final approval to go forward with the aggregation plan and request authorization to allow the town manager to launch the electricity choice program should an acceptable electricity supply bid received. So at this point, Mr. President, I'd like to formally bring forward Mr. Lewis to briefly speak to the Watertown Electricity Choice in advance of Town Council's consideration of the request for authorization to move forward. Mr. President, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening, Honorable Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. I stood in front of you, goodness, many, many months ago with a program that we were describing with a way to stabilize energy prices for our residents, a way to get a little bit more renewable energy in there. At the time, pardon me, we were talking about an additional 5%. We felt good about that. The only good thing about waiting for the DPU for many, many months is that the market has changed drastically. I still believe that we came forward with a good plan then. I believe tonight we're going to come forward with a great plan. I'd like to just bring you up to speed on that very briefly. So, and actually a little of my thunder was stolen, but it's good to see the town's support. Real briefly, the Watertown Electricity Choice gives price stability over the life of the contract so that they don't have the every 6 month up and down. Typically, but not guaranteed, there are some energy savings, which I'll get into. And the real bang for the buck on this is that it really does give us an opportunity to make a really big difference in the greenhouse gas emissions for town and to drive new renewable generation in our region, in the New England region. Our participants, residents, small businesses, religious areas would continue to receive one bill and service from Eversource. There's no change with that. They do get state-mandated consumer protections, and they always have the option to opt out or opt up or opt down at no penalty at any time. As Mr. Manager mentioned, we did get approval, a conditional approval by the Department of Public Utilities. The program, as it was set up, program design, will have a default green rate, which will be the one that most folks end up in, just by design. This is, will have an increased level of renewable energy over Eversource Basic. We also will have an optional opt-up to 100% renewable for folks who may want to spend a little bit more and really have the greenest supply that they can get. We also are making sure that we consider all of residents, and there will be an optional basic rate, which just has the state-mandated amount of renewable in there, which is 14% in 2019 and 20% in 2020. But because of that, they will be able to get the protections of the price protection plus all the protections with the state-vetted program at a price below the current Eversource rate. We may end up offering a dual rate on this so that residents and commercial and industrial have different rate classes. That's the way it's done today with Eversource. That remains to be seen. So, I've said it a few times, but climate change isn't coming. It's here. It's here, and it's considered a current health and safety risk. Massachusetts is doing massive planning efforts to really address these extreme climate weather events and actively pursuing reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. You know, the state has a goal to cut emissions by 80% by 2050 with some intermediate goals too. Right now, Watertown Electricity Choice will offer us the single largest potential reduction in greenhouse gas emission of any projects that I've been associated with. And actually, frankly, any projects that I believe the town has done in the last several years. What's this mean? Every 1% of additional renewable energy in our residential supply, just because of the volume, reduces our greenhouse gas emissions by 470 tons of CO2. I don't know what 470 tons looks like, but the EPA does, and that's the equivalent of driving the average car 1,000,000 miles. So every 1% that we increase the residential supply, it knocks out tailpipes emissions of 1,000,000 miles of driving. Okay, I thought that was impressive. So what are we looking at for program design? And Eversource just released their summer rate being July through December of 19. And that, I believe, as Ms. Pearson mentioned, that's down a tick. That's 10.836 cents per kilowatt hour. We estimated their winter rate, which will be January through June of 2020. We won't know this fully until November, but we estimated by a reduction the same amount that the summer rate was, and came up with 12.9 cents a kilowatt hour for your supply only, and came up with an average of 11.87 cents per kilowatt hour. For supply is what we believe is going to be the Eversource average rate averaged over a program year. So we would like to set the default green rate with a yearly average under that, so that we can, and we believe that something in the range of 11.7 cents, and that's still to be determined by bidding, gives us sort of a sweet spot where we can actually save a little bit of money over the program year, and we can add just a really nice amount of additional renewable energy in that. Some preliminary pricing indicated that we may be able to get 35% additional renewable energy in that supply, in that price range. This would allow our residents a modest savings over the program year of $7 or something in that range. And just full disclosure, for the summer, the bills for the average resident are about $100 a month, something in that range. The bills in the summer would go up by about $3. The bills in the winter, the 6 months in the winter, would go down by about $4.25. So at the end of the program year, you can get yourself a small Starbucks latte. And additionally, with that, we are targeting having a basic rate below the Eversource summer rate. So for folks who are on a fixed income or just really stretched thin, this would allow them program protections available under our Eversource, under our CCA, but at the very lowest price possible. Estimated savings in that is in the $40 a year range. And just to clarify on that number, the average cents per kilowatt hour are 11.8723. We ran the numbers for last year, and actually it was a touch higher, so that we feel this is a reasonably conservative number. So what does this buy us? What might this program design buy us? The average state required renewable energy will be about 15% next year, between the two, the summer and the winter rate, spanning the year boundary, plus 35% additional. So that's 35 million miles for folks who were keeping track before. This gives us the opportunity to actually knock down our greenhouse gas emissions by over 16,000 tons of CO2 a year. Again, what's that mean? Just for comparison purposes, this board, this town, since fiscal year 10, when we became a green community, has done some fabulous work in reducing energy, reducing greenhouse gases. We've actually exceeded the goal set by the Green Commission, Green Communities. I had it. They had a 20% goal. We've got it to 22%. And with all that work through the ESCO, through the Green Community Grants, through all the other additional work, we've been able to knock that down by 1,400 tons per year. We should be proud of that. We should be happy about that. It's a huge accomplishment for the municipality. But the great news is that we can have 10 times that impact with a well-designed CCA program that we're talking about tonight. What else does it do, and what else do we need? But it also drives additional renewable generation in our area. These are Massachusetts Class 1 RECs. The money stays in the region. It builds new solar, builds new wind, builds new small hydro. And as we said, there is a slight and not guaranteed savings for the residents. So what are we asking tonight? Myself and on behalf of the WE3C, asking for the Honorable Town Council to authorize the town manager to accept the final electricity supply bid for default residential if it is lower than the estimated yearly rate of Eversource's basic service rate at 11.872 cents per kilowatt hour. And this includes as many voluntary RECs, the renewable energy credits certificates, as we can stuff in there under that price. The accepted bid shall also include a basic rate, which includes no additional renewables, but less than the 2019 Eversource summer rate at 10.836 cents. So an accepted bid, should you give the town manager the authorization to accept the bid? If we do get an accepted bid, that allows us to launch the program following all the state law required protocols. This includes public meetings, opt-out provisions. If no bid favorable to the town is received in the bidding cycle, we have absolutely no obligation to go forward, and literally, if we can't get the deal that we want, we walk away and rebid at a later date. This is a very fluid market. It's changing all the time, and we do have the option to say, no bid now, but let's go forward later. Should that happen, what happens? Public information sessions will be held An informational letter will be sent to every resident, every small business, every small commercial and industrial site that has the appropriate rates that would be covered under this aggregation. That would be on town letterhead. It explains the program. It gives them all the details of whatever the program turns out to be. It also provides them a stamped letter that they can send back if they wish to opt out. They don't even have to put a stamp on it. Additionally, we already, through our aggregation consultants, have a website up which explains the program goals and objectives and how it works. It obviously doesn't have any money associated with it yet. Our support consultant also has an email. This allows folks to, multiple methods to either opt up, opt out, or opt down. And lastly, there's a local support line that people can call at any time. I'm told that most of these calls that come in, some are from people upset about things. I believe someone behind that desk will probably get a call on this program at some point. The last town I did this in, I was standing up at town meeting, and a person literally jumped up, interrupted me, claimed they didn't want the government in their business. They put it a little more colorfully, and walked out of the room. But most of the phone calls that do come into the support line, most of the calls that I get on this is literally an education. This isn't something that people go home and study at night. Well, maybe some folks in this room do, but most people don't study electricity rates and things at night. Most people don't have that close of a education on it. Most of the calls to support lines are just trying to understand the program, and in most cases, those turn out to be people who are happy with the goals, happy with the objectives, and are likely to stay with the program. So that's where we are on our Watertown electricity choice.
Thank you, Ed. Questions from the council, comments? Councilor Canellis.
Thank you. I had asked this question in the past. Many income-eligible residents receive a discount on their electricity rate. How is that going to be worked into this particular program?
They still, if they're on any of the low-income programs, those carry forward to this program. So whatever program they're under, for whatever percentage they get off, they will continue to do that. There'll be no change in their program discount.
If I may. So how is that implemented? Would they need to submit any paperwork, or is it an automatic process?
That just happens when the aggregation gets changed over to them. There's no other, I'm sorry, I'm looking at our aggregation consultant just to confirm. That happens automatically. They will not need to resubmit paperwork. They will not need to, nothing will change.
Okay, if I may, as another follow-up, the public information sessions, how will that be handled, and where, and notification process?
To be determined. Our first pass was that we would get the library, one of the library rooms, probably on a Saturday or an evening, and have a couple-hour session where people can drop in and see. We'll be presenting. We are required by state law to do that. Most likely, we'll also do other outreach. WFCC and WE3C have volunteered to help with outreach. Definitely want to hit the senior center, and Anne-Marie has said that that would be certainly acceptable. And we will probably work with some of the PTOs to make sure that people get the information.
Thank you. I think we should also be receiving the same information so that we can respond to the queries that do come in from our constituents. And customarily, I do say that I do receive quite a few phone calls and emails, which is fine, but I like to be able to respond appropriately and not pass the buck and say, oh, call so-and-so. I think it's important that we have all the appropriate information. Thank you.
Understood. You will.
Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for your ongoing work over many, many years to help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I want to just make sure, one question I want to be clear about, maybe I've got the wrong percentages, but on one part, on the second page of the presentation, you say the state mandated renewable generation is 14% going up to 16%?
Correct.
But then, am I having a different percentage that when it says energy price, where we have 50% renewable electricity, it says the state mandates 15 and we're going to 35? So
Great question. Actually, I did the section of math there and didn't show my work. I apologize. For the year 2019, it's 14% by state mandate.
Okay.
So up through December, it's 14%. January 1, it clicks over to 16%. So I just averaged those
Oh,
two
you averaged
six-month
them out,
periods.
is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'll show my work next time.
It's okay. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm very excited about this program. Particularly, I don't want to repeat what other people said, but I've thought a lot about this beforehand. And I do think there's something that while the town has made great strides, we're going to do an energy assessment, we're going to have some goals that around electricity use, that you were very part of it, as well as the energy environmental, energy and Environment and Energy Efficiency Committee was very much involved in creating all that, and I appreciate that. You're correct that people don't go home and study electrical rates. I've been looking at this briefly, and I'm a little bit, to be honest, a little bit confused. But what is not confusing to me is that the opportunity that we have as a community to address an issue which most people know about, they can feel it, maybe not know all the details, and that is climate change. I think that this is so important because we sit here week in, week out, and we deal with some very common things, whether it be our budget that our town manager just put together, whether it be issues around development, and those take up a lot of time and a lot of energy. And I think that we don't, while we have in the back of our heads, whether we believe 12 years is the deadline, or we believe 15 years, or what study we believe, we don't keep that front and center. And this is an opportunity to put it front and center in front of us as elected officials. So I was hoping that we might even do a little better, to be honest. And so I want to ask a couple of questions in terms of if we moved it up to a total of 60%, or we moved it up to a total of 70%. Two questions. One would be, what would be the cost to residents? Would it reduce their savings, or would it increase their cost? Right. And then the second question, can't we, in addition to having a base rate, can't we have an opportunity for residents who want to increase their rate to pay a little more? But I didn't see that in here, so those are my two questions. Can we do better? And if so, how much would it cost? And can we have an opportunity for those of us who feel that this is a great opportunity to address an issue that we only think about and feel sometimes overpowered by, to increase a little more?
Certainly. Let me address your last question first, pardon me. We will have the opt-up for 100% green. And this would be part of the program design. It's not the default, but people can decide that they do want to opt up, and it gives them the cleanest absolute energy supply that you can get currently that I know of with Mass Class 1 regs.
Do we need a certain number of people to do that, or?
Anyone can opt up. They'll be put in the default program. Opting up is a choice that needs to be made either by mail, by web, by phone, but they will have that option. I don't know what the numbers will be on that. My gut feel is it will be below the winter rate. I do not know that. And that's partially the answer to your second question, is as we do increase the percentage of renewables, there is, depending how the bids go, there is a possibility that we're able to tick that up a little bit above the 50%, still living within the potential savings. We won't know that until we actually bid. But there is a possibility. And as we do go up in the percentage renewable, it will cost additional money. I did the math, if we popped it up using indicative numbers, which is a way to see where the market was when we polled them about a couple weeks ago. Once we went up past the 35% of additional, went to 40, that pretty much negated out any potential savings for the default rate. But I absolutely understand the goal and the quest to have as much renewable in there as possible. we're trying to balance the program the best that we possibly can.
I'll start on the end. Counselor Bays, and then work our way this way.
So this is sort of just a follow-up, and maybe I missed something. Is there a reason why, was there some sort of directive to save money, or could we do something that broke even, or we paid a little bit more for the default rate? I'm just curious, why the saving money?
It's a great question. When we first discussed the program, did discuss that typically there is a savings component to it. It's not much, it's just to negate some of the concerns that people had about their pricing going up. We can absolutely design a program that has any level of renewable in there, up to 100%, up to a full 100% renewable. It's just that brings up the cost. And I'm not actually making a judgment call. Well, we are making a judgment call. We tried to balance it, but.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a concern that people might opt out if they're, or if do they have any idea what the percentage is of people opting out and or opting up? Do you know from other?
The last program I did, which had significantly less renewable energy in it, but it turned out that of the applicable people, so we're just thinking people on basic rate, small businesses that are on basic rate, about 90% of them stayed within the default. And then the other 10% were split relatively evenly between opting up to 100%, opting down to basic, and opting out of the program. So I would expect somewhat similar numbers here.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Donato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think some of the other counselors touched on my questions, but I guess two questions, and you and I had spoken about this before, and I'm sure it's going to be part of the community outreach, but could you just briefly explain why it's an opt-out program as opposed to an opt-in program?
Great question. Actually, state law, it starts and ends with state law. When the state did set up so that we could do municipal aggregations, the only way it really made sense was to make it an opt-out. So everyone who's in the applicable rate classes would be included. But also by state law and by state protection, you have to be able to opt out or opt down or opt up at any time with no penalties. That's where this program very much differs from a lot of the commercial ones that you'll see coming out. Everybody gets them in their mailbox. I got one the other day, which actually was 16 cents a kilowatt hour. It was a terrible program, and there was a monthly fee, and there was a fee to opt out. Those are the ones actually the Attorney General has been trying to cut down. Those also there's been some indicators that those have been predatory working with the lower income folks.
And just to be clear in my mind, some of the folks who spoke earlier during public forum mentioned numbers, either the 50% or the 60%. That figure includes the state mandated amount of the 15%. So then the people who were requesting 60% or higher, it's the state mandate of 15% and then 45%.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then if I could ask one last question, where you're coming before us tonight asking for the 50%, if we implement this program and it seems to be well received by the town, and we accept it at the 50%, and there's a chance to revisit this in the future to increase that to whether it's 60% or higher, how long of a contract period are we locked into when we move forward with this program?
Another great question. There's no set contract period. Typically, our consultants will bring them back between a year to 3 years. The earlier programs all seem to tend more for 2 or 3 years. Some of the more recent ones are tending more toward 2 years or 29 months. So that is not decided until the bid comes in. A lot of it is how favorable the pricing is. But we absolutely will get another chance to redo this after the contract goes through. Also, as I mentioned, if we are able to squeeze out a few more percentage points within the limitations we've discussed here, or if the town council gives us different marching orders, we'll absolutely do that in a heartbeat. I would love to come back and tell you we got 55%.
Thank you.
Or 60.
Councilor Feltner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for presentation, all your hard work. I'm excited that this is before us. I was a little confused, I think, because of it, maybe because it's taking quite a while to come back to us, in that I was expecting more of a plan, but then just so you know, the link doesn't work on our town website, but I eventually was able to find the 2018 draft municipal aggregation plan. Is that what we're looking at tonight when you get into that? It looks very much like what Newton has on their website finalized. Is
Correct. That was the preliminary plan that, actually, you authorized the town manager to go forward to get the consultant to do 18 months ago. And they put together the plan that's state regulated. It went through the Department of Energy Resources, went through very quickly. It went to the Department of Public Utilities and stopped dead, which has been until recently.
Okay.
But it is, every town will probably be the 130th town, between 120 and 130 town in the Commonwealth to do this. Every town must go through that process, must apply and go through the DOER, then the DPU. And it'll be very close. The consultants we're utilizing are also the consultants that work with Newton.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, so I guess I was wanting a little clarity about the percentage on, you're saying basic, what a lot of people call default plan. That would be what you're automatically opted into. Given that Newton seemed to quickly go from 40, now 60%, and for some of the other questions, how much flexibility we have on that, and because in looking at the rates or the percentage and how that affects the rates, and as you said, we don't know for sure till we go to bid, but based on what's happened in other towns so far, it's just pennies difference. So, and with the carbon tax coming forward as well with the state and federal taxes, and it's certainly, if it costs $3 more a month or a year, depending on the percentage we have, versus, it's easier for me to think of it that way, and so, versus tons or dollars, let's just say. So I would like us to see, and I guess some clarity, you said to have flexibility in the percentage, because we didn't get specifics on really what I felt like what we were voting on for this, how that works, if it's just when it goes out to bid, but you're also asking for policy guidance here. So before you answer, I guess I would just say I would love for us to see a start at a higher percentage, if at all possible. And then I know a lot of people want to opt up to 100. I'd hate for us to get stuck too low when I see other towns already jumping out ahead, and it really is such a minimal amount difference in the rates right now. And again, with the carbon tax company, it's coming. It's certainly a lot less than having to retrofit my house or put on solar panels, or I have checked into solar panels and I don't qualify, I don't get enough sun. So anyway, thank you.
Let's see, there's a lot there. But it was felt within W3C and myself that we should come forward with a specific proposal. We would also be pleased to come back with a matrix with a secret decoder ring that talks about what the indicative pricing says. The problem with that is that we did go out through our aggregation consultant for indicative pricing, which is basically a fake bid, where they do go out to the suppliers. They do say, these are what we're looking at. They give them our actual load profile. And the suppliers come back and said, if we were bidding this today, this is what we would bid. That gave us some numbers to work with. Those are not numbers that we can take action against. For the actual bid, it basically is a one-day process with about a 4-hour window to be able to accept the bid, where our aggregation consultant will go out, will poll most probably 4 or 5 different suppliers, with different terms, and get the actual real actionable pricing. Then we have a couple of hours to decide what to do on that. Now, should town council ask, we can absolutely come back with a higher proposal. We can adjust this anywhere we want. It just changes the economics.
Councilor Falcoff?
So it's kind of puzzling that I'm not, like some of the other counselors, I'm not clear what we're voting on, because we're not voting on an actual proposal. We're voting that you can go out and get a proposal. So in our vote tonight, are we saying that we want you to go out and seek a 50% proposal, or want to see a break-even proposal where it's not going to cost people any more? Or are you looking for a proposal that's going to save pennies? My preference would be, if it's a question of saving pennies versus costing a little bit more, I would far prefer that the default cost a little bit more, with the option to go up. So can you clarify what we're voting on?
Sure. What we're asking for the town council to do is to authorize the town manager to accept a bid during that 4-hour window, 3-hour window. That we
Hope
gave.
he's not on vacation.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue. It's not like we have days to do it where we could come forward. To accept a bid if it was below the average, what we believe the program price was for last year, for coming up for this program year. So, and that we felt that it probably would be around the 50% total renewable in there under those terms. Plus, we included to have a basic that was cheaper than the summer. Any of those, these all can be changed by the will of the town council.
Right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. So we could ask that the manager be authorized to accept a proposal that was up to, say, 10% more, or something like that.
Absolutely.
How would do you have a suggestion how we might word that motion?
Well, I would say, please
Don't.
wait on that.
Thank you.
I don't want to put him on the spot.
It's either him
Councilor
or-
Bays.
Yes, I was just curious, have there been any studies on what sort of the breaking point for more people opting out entirely is? Like, have other towns done a higher rate and then had an increased number of people opt out? Or do they know where the best, where you optimize basically your is it where you break even? Is it you can be 10% more or 5% more?
I've never seen a real complete data set on that. Newton did do some polling amongst residents. They did one set of polling and then felt that the data set didn't accurately reflect everything, so they did another set of polling. And who can help me with this? It came out to be about $3 a month they'd pay extra. That summarizing a big statistical thing, they felt that in Newton, $3 a month additional over the program year was where residents were feeling comfortable with, and that gave them a 60% overall renewal rate. There's a whole lot in there too. So
Right,
that's
right.
Very, very high level.
Right, okay. So would that be approximately the same for this, for what you're looking at too with Peregrine? $3 more?
If the indicative pricing holds, it would be in that ballpark.
Okay.
Probably in that ballpark, but that's math I honestly can't do in my head.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Felton, then the town manager.
Well, thank you. So get back to a little more clarity we had there on the rate, authorizing the town manager with the stipulation of it being lower than the Eversource rate, if I have that generally correct.
The Eversource average.
So what I hear is that you're looking for us as direction, perhaps what the minimum default increased level of renewable over the state mandate you'd like to hear for us to start with ideally. I guess part of my concern is, any chance that we fall below 35% because of the rates coming in differently. I know the rates are about to be published June 1st, I believe. So is that what I'm hearing? Is part of it, you're wanting a baseline for council to, within those 3 tiers of that default rate to set at, our goal is 35 or 50, not to go below 20% with the town manager and what the bids show, or?
Yep, we did it from the economic standpoint.
Okay.
Of seeing where we could still show a small program savings over a program year and seeing what we felt we could what we could stuff in there. That was an additional 35% renewable. We may, depending how the bids come out, we may do better. We may walk away. If the bids don't support this, it's a remarkably fluid market. I've been astounded by that. It could be higher, it could be lower. We could say we're coming back in next cycle to bid again.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I kind of want to bring a couple of things to point, because in referencing back to Mr. Lewis's May 22nd email regarding the concern for timing of bidding this. So, I'm looking at the presentation that was put out, and you've got an opportunity to opt up, opt down, or do the default green, but also that the goal would be to, pursuing the 50% renewable electrical supply, but like, Mr. President, with your indulgence, to have instead of putting Mr. Lewis on the spot at what percentage, I thought there was a concern of getting the council president to allow this to come from a timing standpoint of view, that there are some regulations that are coming out. It'd be nice to get out there, and then back to what Councilor Donato alluded to, it isn't like we're signing up for 10 years. So it could be pursuing an opportunity that may be a win-win for everyone, that could be a 2-year opportunity, but if we wait to kind of have some more thought about what percentage we want to get, we may be looking at higher rates. But that's the question I'm posing. I thought there was a timing issue here, and I don't want that to be lost. So.
Thank you. I should have brought that up. There is, one of the reasons for tonight was June 1st, there is a regulatory capacity tag change that does have the possibility to affect our rates in a negative way. Also, later in the summer, there's definitely going to be a new regulatory change. Typically, contracts that are bid are locked in or grandfathered at the old rate. We don't know, nobody knows what these changes will be. Historically, they've been to drive the price up, but they don't have to be. I don't know, but there is some time pressures where we do have an opportunity to thwart off some potential changes that most likely would be negative.
I want to make a couple of comments here. The manager and I had a significant discussion about this, and I think Ed and the committee did a fine job of coming up with something that we could start with, which I think pretty much neutralizes the effect and the impact on the ratepayers, but maximizes our how we're treating climate change. I think that if we were to move off of this evening, I would be very uncomfortable moving forward, because we did not advertise this as such. I think that's a critical piece of this, because if you're going to put an additional burden, whether it's $1 or $3, this seems to kind of neutralize it. If we're going to put that additional burden, I would expect that I would have put this out there on the agenda as such. So I do think that I want to caution the council that if we move forward and try to change these numbers, I'm not sure that I would be moving forward with this evening. So, Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. That is something we need to consider. I didn't realize that was part of it. But I wonder if you could do me a favor. Can you turn to page 4 on the presentation? Because I just want to be clear on this. Because it really does seem that we could do better. But I just want to, if I'm looking at page 4, I see that a preliminary data suggests that our rate of 11.7 cents is going to be lower than the average of Eversource.
Yes.
Right? That's
Over
good,
the
because we're
program,
below
yeah.
the average. We want that from our aggregate consultant to make sure that the bid is below that, right? And then you're saying, though, and we would do the 35%, and that would give us a modest savings of $7 on average household, because the summer bill would go up and the winter bill would go down.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, what if we said, we don't want $7? I mean, I know we have individuals can opt in and opt up, but as a community, we wanted to say, just break even. Let's just break it even. And $7 over a whole year I don't even know what that ends up being, but it's very, very small amount of money, and it's not going to cost anybody much. And yet, we could possibly move our goal of 35 to maybe 40 and get us up to 55 if we decided that $7 is not a huge savings. Just whether we do that or not. Am I right in that explanation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Then the question then for me, Council President Sideris, I'm a little concerned why you're saying that we can't possibly move on this because.
Well, I didn't say we can't.
No,
I would be voting against it, and I don't recommend that that's the right thing to do for the community because it's not advertised and appropriately noted. And I think, Mark Rich, if you could help me, this is kind of a cost-neutral, as far as I'm concerned, proposal. I think, I think it would behoove me as the council president in trying to put things on the agenda, as I've been advised by the town attorney, we need to tell the people what we're doing. So if you could help me, Attorney Rich.
Yes, Mr. President, through you, I know this matter has been coming forward for quite some time. There's been quite a bit of discussion and a lot of documentation, and I think the guidance that previously was given was to bring forward a cost-effective program. And I think what I'm hearing tonight, obviously, is a lot of discussion with respect to policy guidance on where this program should go. There is a concern, though, that the program that was brought forward, I believe, was the result of quite a bit of study at the request of the council, and now whether the council would feel comfortable moving in a more, what would be essentially a more aggressive direction in terms of cost savings based upon what has been presented in the past. I tend to agree with the council president. It's not that it can't be done, but it certainly is not entirely consistent with previous discussion on the matter. But I think that ultimately it's a policy process, and the council has to decide whether it wants to provide, obviously, a program that allows a balance, cost savings versus an acceptable level of environmental benefit versus additional costs to the ratepayers, essentially changing the opt-in to have a greater cost. So that's clearly a policy decision. It is a decision for the council to make, and a determination whether adequate notice, whether there's comfort with the fact that whether the public was aware of what's being determined tonight.
Councilor Woodland.
So I guess I don't think right now any reasonable person could object to the presentation tonight. Moving forward in this way, it is a nominal or decreased burden on a ratepayer. It does a great job reducing our emissions towards the goals that we've set as a council. It's consistent with other policies we've made in zoning, in our new school buildings. Right now, again, I don't think any reasonable person could object. It saves money. It does the right thing. It puts us in the direction that this council has said that we want to go in. I think the concern moving it past that is as soon as it's going to cost ratepayers additional monies, in my mind, if the folks in the district said, we'll pay an extra $20 a month and we want you to go 100%, say, awesome, great. But they haven't had that opportunity to weigh in on that level. So before we moved more aggressively in that way, I just want that confirmation. If we get that feedback, that's fine. I'm more than happy to do it. But there should be some time where folks can come forward. I think that's where there's concern about the posting and about what the public's aware of what we're voting on or not comes into play. So if we move forward as presented, I'm not sure how anyone could object to it. So that's why I'm extremely comfortable doing that. But if we were to move forward, we should at least have some sort of waiting period. And again, there's a potential negative effect of delaying. And I don't want to keep repeating myself, but when we talked about funding the studies last year, we delayed that vote and we didn't get it in front of the council in time to make it applicable for budget priority guidelines. So we did not include that last year. We've already done that on this issue one time. We shot ourselves in the foot and we weren't able to move forward with getting that as a budget priority guideline because we delayed it so we could put forward a resolution. We should not do that. We should adopt it as it is now, and if we're gonna increase it, we can do a public hearing process and increase it. That's fine. Not against that at all. But we need to have that process in place, and mitigating the potential negative effect is important. So I say move forward with this now as is.
Councilor Canellis.
Thank you. I would concur with the council president, and I think we should be voting on the proposal as it's been brought forward to us this evening, and as the residents of the community have known about for quite a while. Whether it's 50 cents, $5, or $50, I think we should have resident input, and at this point in time, we do not. And then we're always going to have the possibility of more people opting out. And I think it's important to have stability here so that people are confident in the new program and knowing that it's cost neutral, or maybe there's a few pennies of savings. But not everyone is going to be enthused, and it's a bottom line issue. And I think we have to be very cognizant of that and tread cautiously. Even though the folks in this room feel it's wonderful, there are climate change issues that we need to address immediately, yesterday as opposed to tomorrow. But not everyone feels that way, and I hear it from constituents. And I can hear my emails, and I can hear my phone, and I wouldn't want to have to tell people, well, your option is to opt out, because that's what we don't want. We want people to be part of the process. Thank you.
Councilor Donato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just two questions, or I guess a question and a comment. The way on page 6, the way the authorization is worded, it's entirely, and I know it's math and it comes down to it, but it's entirely possible that we're going to end up with higher than 50% based on the wording of this language.
It is.
We might not get to 60, but it could be somewhere between 50.
There is a possibility of some headroom the way this is worded.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up, Mr. President, I'm less concerned about the cost aspect of it and more concerned about the fact that this is an opt-out program, not an opt-in program. So when and I'm definitely going to support moving forward with this, but when the manager signs this contract, everybody in town is going to be part of this program, whether they like it or not. And I think for a lot of residents, the fact that they didn't have a say in whether or not they're included in the program is more important to them than if it's going to cost them an extra $3 to $4 a year. And I share Councilor Canellis's concern that people are going to opt out of this, I don't want to say to spite the town, but in response to, this is an edict coming from the town council saying you have to do this. So my concern is that that is something that will happen, again, not related to whether people are going to save money or it's going to cost them more. I think that that's the bigger concern I have, and I would hate for a large number of people in town to opt out of this program. So I support moving forward with the authorization as written. I don't know if we have, in the bidding process, I don't know if we have any say in when the consultant bids it, if we can say, go for a one-year program. I think if there's a period of time in which residents can get more comfortable with this and have a better understanding, and they can look at their bills and see there's either no change or, they might be saving some money, I think when we go back to them to potentially increase that from 50 to 60, I think it's going to be an easier pill to swallow, knowing at the same time that anybody in town at any time can opt up to 100%. So whether the default is 50 or 60, those people in town who feel very passionate about this issue, they're always going to have the option to opt up to 100%. So again, I just have concerns with it being an opt-out program, and for that reason, I'm going to vote for the authorization as written on page 6 of the presentation tonight.
Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Try to be as brief as possible. So I'm glad this is here. My understanding is time is of the essence, and I will be supporting this, given that we're expecting rates to go up on June 1st. I'd point out that what was on the agenda doesn't match what we were handed out, what was linked on here. The rates are very different. That was partly my confusion, but at the same time, it's a range of 50 to 100%, 12%. So I don't see any conflict with us potentially amending this to make a statement that we prefer to have that renewable plus state be at a higher percentage than 35, 50, 60, based on the research I've done in other towns and how that's gone. And then to Councilor Donald's point, the reality is the way this is worded, it could be higher, it could be lower, because we're basing it on the what the bid comes in and what the bottom line of the rate is going to be. But one of the advantages I see of doing a higher percentage now is because the rates are going to go up, that you would be we would be locked in for hopefully whatever that bid comes in for a while, for longer, and be able to have a higher percentage at a lower rate as well. But I support moving ahead on renewable. My other last point of concern is by not taking the higher rate, it just going to take us that much longer to reach our goals of the 100% renewable. And again, the state and federal carbon taxes are coming and is going to offset anything that people think they're going to save with these lower rates anyway. So thank you.
Councilor Falcoff.
Could you clarify, is it the case that the direction from the council was to devise a cost-neutral, make a cost-neutral proposal to us?
That was my base understanding from the meetings we had.
I don't recall taking that vote or giving that direction. It could be that I don't recall, and it did happen, but I don't know that it did. And so I just...
Could be you were missing. You had a brief
I did have a hiatus. It's certainly possible. I was on leave for a while. Yes.
Mini retirement.
So that would be good to know. And I guess, of course, I will support this. I have a comment on the process. We're concerned about giving the voters notification about what we're posting and what we're voting on. I feel like I was not well prepared for this vote, and now you're saying, well, we have to have it by June 1st, so it's not even an option to postpone this to the next council meeting, and I would just like to register my displeasure over that.
Last couple comments, Councilor Palumbo.
Well, let me just first appreciate President Sedaris for allowing us to continue this discussion. This is one of the more substantive discussions we've had, and I know that it may be taking up time, but I appreciate your effort, your allowing us to discuss this. I just want to return to that page 4, and it seems to me that you have designed a program that saves money, that saves money. It's not a neutral program. It's a program that saves money. If we were to ask you for a neutral program, right, my guess is that the percentage would be a little higher, right? And then to that point. So I think there is some reasonableness in talking about this. I don't think it's unreasonable to talk about this particular project and to raise those type of questions, that this is not a revenue neutral, it's actually savings for the town. Now, maybe that's a good selling point. Maybe when you go out to communities and say, this saves you $7, that'll be a big selling point. I do think Councilor Feltner's point about the higher we can get in now, the better. If we can get it up higher, the better. But isn't it true that the cost for renewables is dropping, that the cost for renewables is dropping? Is that a fair statement?
Overall, cost for renewables is dropping, and overall in our electricity supply, cost for regulation is rising.
Okay. So the second part of my concern was that while that was on the agenda, and you could go to the agenda and you couldn't see this, you wouldn't see this on the agenda, so that no public person, resident, would know that they might save $7. So, I mean, the argument that we're making here that we can't change this because it doesn't seem to hold. Can't change this because of it was not informing the public of what is happening. I don't think is correct. And finally, I hope that we could do what Counselor Donato said. If there's any way that the consultant can go to bid on this, and again, I didn't know we had such a time constraint. You know, we've been waiting a long time for DPU to give us the okay on this. But if there's any way that he can negotiate something that allows us to revisit this at another time, particularly if renewables go down, that would be wonderful. And I don't know how we put that in there, or maybe I should ask, is the authorization broad enough in its wording to allow us to address that? Is the authorization broad enough to allow the consultant to negotiate a quicker review time? Would you think that the authorization allows that?
Yep. A cut on that? Let me bring up our aggregation consultant with the council president's permission, Joe Shortsleeve, to answer that question.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, as Ed said, I'm Joe Shortsleeve with Bay State Consultants on the team, the consulting team. While it's true that the cost of renewables are dropping, the kind of renewable energy we're talking about incorporated into this contract is something called, not to get into too much industry jargon, renewable energy certificates. And the costs for those have actually been increasing in the last year as a result of a couple of regulatory changes made at the state level. So it's most typical to lock in the cost for those certificates for the term of the contract. It would not be typical to have a contract amendment to adjust the, say, percentage of renewable energy certificates included in the contract. That wouldn't be impossible, but that would be irregular, and the first time our team had done that. So yes, I think the authorization is broad enough to allow for that. I don't think our team would recommend it. And also, I think that the current trend for this particular type of renewable energy is not trending down, but it's actually trending up.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Sorry. Council Base.
I might need you back. So I also wanted to echo what Councilor Palumbo was saying. I don't understand why we can't say up to rate neutral, you know, because that's still not costing anybody any money. So I don't understand why we can't do that. But my other question is, where would this renewable energy be coming from? I'm just curious, is this wind, is it solar, and is it local solar, is it Texas wind, where is it coming from?
Actually, a combination of all of the above. These are Mass Class 1 RECs, which means that it has to be regional to our area. It includes solar, it includes wind power, it includes small hydro, it includes biomass. Am I missing any, Brian?
And just not Texas wind.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure.
Different kind of renewable energy certificate. So it has to be what the state calls new renewable energy, meaning since the Restructuring Act in the late 90s. So the technologies Ed mentioned, certain types of solar from before the SREC programs. The majority of it is from wind in New England. That's the majority of this kind of renewable energy.
Great.
And is it all right if I just address the first comment I think made about trying to design the program to be neutral instead of cost savings?
Yeah, up to rate neutral, yeah.
Sure. So
not to go above that, not to cost any money, but up to rate neutral.
I just want to say that Ed and the committee, we work with a number of communities in Massachusetts on programs like this, and this is an incredible level of involvement from the community and from town staff leading up to this, and I think that's a real benefit to the state the program is in right now. I mean that very sincerely. It's very difficult to estimate what the future electricity rates will be. So on the bid date, we have this small window to make a decision, authorizing the town manager to make a decision. There are not, even people who stay up late at night studying electricity rates like myself, can't predict the future of what the rate is going to be next year or beyond. So we can aim for cost neutrality, but we can't say with confident certainty that that is what the result is going to be. We can certainly estimate and design it that way, but I think the numbers in this presentation are great at getting to the core point, but we can't be confident that we do actually know what the future Eversource rates are going to be.
Thank you.
Let me just express my concern. I should have said it a little differently earlier. The way we would have approached this, if this was not time-sensitive, would have been to send it to subcommittee, because I knew this was going to have a significant discussion, and the subcommittee could have made a recommendation to go to 60, to go to 70, to go to 100. We didn't do that because there was a time constraint. So I felt because it was approximately cost neutral, and that's what the committee had recommended, that we could take this discussion up this evening. And because there's an opt-in, an opt-up, and an opt-out, you know, the opt-up to me was a key to get this program on the road, and Watertown to join and do our part, as we've done recently with a number of initiatives. So again, this is very different from a process that we would normally use, which would be to go to subcommittee, to take testimony from the public and make a decision and make a recommendation. So that's kind of why it's on the agenda this way this evening. So I have to take responsibility for that, and the council can move as they choose at this point. Councilor Woodland.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the authorization as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Yes, Councilor
Just
Plummer.
wanted to express my appreciation, and I hope that you didn't take my questions in any way not to say that you haven't done a great job, and the members of the committee haven't done a great job. I just thought that there needs to be a broader discussion of it, and I do appreciate Council President Sedaris allowing this panel to have that kind of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. You folks have made a difference. I'm really glad I didn't come forward with a 5% proposal.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a referral to the Committee on Rules and Ordinances for consideration of a Veterans Work-Off Program and adoption of Clause 22H under the BRAVE Act. And this is something that came up at our budget hearing with the Veterans Agent, and it's been run through the appropriate departments. So can I get a motion on the referral?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a referral to the Committee on Rules and Ordinances for consideration of the Veterans Work-Off Program and adoption of Clause 22H under the BRAVE Act.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item is a request to refer to Committee on Economic Development and Planning, consideration of a request from NSAJO Holdings, Inc., currently approved for operation of a registered marijuana dispensary at 123 Elm Street, to operate as an adult-use marijuana establishment at the same location. Before I ask for a motion, I do want to state generally for the public and for the council that I had a conversation with Attorney Rich. I have some concerns that we approved this medical marijuana dispensary back in 2017, and they never opened the door. So they didn't show any it would have been much better if they had shown some experience, but, you know, we can't stop. Mass state law doesn't allow us to stop them. They're requesting this, so I need a motion to refer this to the Committee on Economic Development for consideration.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Donato.
I was wondering, through you, Mr. President, if I could just ask for a question of the town attorney. I know when this previously came before the council, we voted to restrict the number of licenses to whatever, 25%. I think it worked out to be 3 licenses. So where the entity that is requesting the recreational, the ability to sell recreational marijuana, is that a separate license from their medicinal? So they would be holding 2 of the 3, or does it just count as 1 because it's one entity?
Mr. President, if I may, the restriction was with respect to adult use recreational marijuana. There was no restriction with respect to medical, because that was essentially under a different regime. And so the current statute that deals with recreational, non-medical adult use marijuana allows for certain local restriction, and that's the restriction you're working under. But ultimately, the 2 regimes have been combined into one. They would be holding a single license at the same location.
Thank you. Councilor
I don't know,
Felton?
Mr. Magoon looked like he was jumping up to say more.
Through you, Mr. President, I believe the restriction we put on was medical, marijuana establishments. So this would be one establishment. It would have medical and adult use, but it would be one establishment, and a total of 3 establishments.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilor Felton?
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, through previous requests for information and some discussions and verbal discussions with Mr. Magoon, I anticipate that we, hadn't developed any requests for qualifications, if you will, or developing criteria and evaluating proposals for the cannabis industry, and so I anticipate that in the future. So I just thought I'd announce that.
Are there any other comments? All those in favor of the referral?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Communications from the town manager, a request for confirmation of reappointment to the Board of Assessors. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bringing forward a reappointment to the Board of Assessors, which requires council confirmation. The reappointment would be as follows: Richard V. Monahan, 153 Bellevue Road, for a term to May 15, 2022. Under the council rules, this request for confirmation will be referred to the Committee on Personnel and Town Organization for their review and report back to the full town council.
Thank you. Item B is the parking management plan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. There was correspondence that I forwarded last week from Mr. Magoon regarding a parking management plan. As a follow-up to discussion with the town council president, indicated I bring it up on the communications from the town manager and respectively request the matter be referred to committee for further review and consideration. So that's the request, to refer the parking management plan, Mr. President, to committee.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to send this to Public Works?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any
Second.
discussion? Yes.
I thought, is it joint?
Oh,
I thought he said a joint meeting of Public Works and Economic Development.
yes,
Plan.
I'm sorry. Joint meeting of Economic Development and Public Works.
Right.
So moved?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Councilor Palumbo. Mr. Manager, anything additional?
No, sir.
Requests for information? Any requests for information? Announcements? Councilor Palumbo.
No, you.
I wanted to, was asked to announce that, and I completely unprepared, but the
Okay, then I'll do it.
thank you. I can't even get the name out.
So I just wanted to announce that the farmers market is going to start up on June 12th. It's going to be from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., and it's going to be every Wednesday, a new time, new date, and it's going to be in Saltonstall Park. So I hope everybody can really make this a successful farmers market. We're changing the location and the day, and hopefully that will make it easier for people to get to. It'll be in the middle of town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other announcements? Councilor Donato?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Watertown High softball team is going to be hosting an alumni game on Saturday, June 15th at 11:30 at the Lowell Playground, and they will be raising money to benefit Alzheimer's research. That's the extent of the information I have on it now. If anybody has any further questions, they can reach out to me, and I will make sure to get more details. Thank you.
Councilor Feldner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow at 1:30 is a Traffic Commission meeting. They haven't met in a little while, so just let people know that it's 1:30 here in the council room tomorrow. And before we come together as a council again on Saturday, June 8th, there's free Arts for All Festival at the Mosesian 10 to 2, and Teens for Tree fundraisers at Branch Line Restaurant from 1 to 3.
Any other announcements? Public forum? Yes.
I want to be very brief, but just to turn back to the CCA, I'm glad you passed what you did pass. But I was sitting here thinking and wanted to make a suggestion that for the counselors, and especially the district counselors, during the rollout period, which is an educational period, it could be an interesting idea to have an educational meeting in each of the district neighborhoods. And maybe you could work with W3C for your neighborhood, and they could set up something so that it could be close to people's homes, and they could come and talk with the people that are rolling it out. So that's...
Thank you. Anyone else in public forum? Seeing none, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
For a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We're going to turn right over to our budget. And Town Attorney, you can just stay right there, I guess. We're now going back into our Committee of the Whole budget discussions.
This is town lawyer first, right? Yeah.
What did I miss? Go ahead. What did I miss?
Is the Town Attorney budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Town Council. The Town Attorney budget is on page 7 of the budget book. The fiscal year 2019 appropriation is $210,000. The proposed fiscal year 2020 budget is $210,000. Again, the Town Attorney is the 15th of the 15 general government budgets. Mr. President, members of the council, Mr. Mark Rich from KP Law regarding the town attorney budget of for fiscal year 2020 at $210,000.
Attorney Rich, welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Tom, am I going to disturb anything? I don't want to disturb the computer. Thank you very much, Council President, councilors, town manager, and assistant town managers. Really glad to be here for my annual check-in with you on the budget. It comes to mind that this is the 16th year that I've been your lead counsel from KP Law, and I'm very, very happy to have that long-standing relationship. Obviously, I worked with you for quite a bit of time even before that, so it's been a long time that I've been working with the town of Watertown and have come to know the town very, very well, come to know all of you very, very well. I'm proud of the team that we have, myself, familiar faces, Joseph Fair, Carolyn Murray, Catherine Klein, and others from our firm. One of the things we strive for, as always, is to provide effective and efficient and cost-effective counsel services. And what allows us to do that is to have a team of attorneys who are among the most experienced at the firm. Of the folks that I listed before, we have decades worth of municipal law experience. It frightens me to think that I'm on my approximately 30th year of municipal law practice. It's a little scary. I used to actually have color in my hair. It's now well grayed, but I know that some of you would appreciate that. It takes time to get the gray hair based upon the amount of experience you have, and I'm proud of it. So looking at the budget numbers, it looks like we are coming in, looking at the projections, we're coming in very nicely for this year, below budget. Obviously, again, as I always mention, we are a reactive budget, meaning that we don't have full control over the budget. It's whatever the town manager brings forward to us, whatever this council brings forward to us, plus things that come in unanticipated, unexpected, and sometimes unwelcome. And I know that you've each sat in executive session and heard about both pleasant matters and sometimes unpleasant matters in terms of litigation. The town is actually in relatively good shape in terms of litigation. There's not a lot outstanding, but obviously, we handle appeals from the land use board decisions. We get involved with enforcement matters. We get involved in, hopefully more positively, the real estate matters and land use and development matters, working with your boards and committees and department heads. And we really welcome those opportunities. We worked hard in developing certain zoning bylaws recently, working on other policies. I know right now we're working on the noise ordinance, and comments on that will be forthcoming very shortly, so promise to you. And so we really feel like we're involved in a range of issues and items. And I think that this town's a very forward-thinking town, involved in so many different items. The energy matter that you saw just recently and tonight, and then looking forward towards the marijuana issues, the opioid litigation that's progressing, and that I know we haven't spoken about that in quite some time, but that is something that's progressing, and probably at some point we'll need to update you on that. So there are a lot of things that go on in the world that involve Watertown, and Watertown is a good example of good government. I represent a number of other communities. Obviously, my job extends across the Commonwealth, and personally, I'm lead attorney to a number of communities, both significantly smaller than Watertown and some comparable, some that may be geographically larger, but none more dense and more forward-thinking and more progressive in many manners. And I use Watertown, particularly the way this council runs, as an example in discussions, in training sessions, believe it or not, with other towns, talking about the rules and the process that are put forward by this council. So as much as I hope that I provide service to you, I know that I take back information that's provided by this council. So again, I sit with you at so many of your meetings, and I hope that I've been able to provide appropriate service to you. Again, looking at the budget, it looks like what the town manager has projected, being a flat budget, will be more than adequate given where things are right now. I think that, again, looking at the labor and collective bargaining, we're low in that area compared to the previous year. So obviously that reflects where things are in negotiations at this time. And litigation, other matters, they ebb and flow. But right now, it looks like we're well on target for a reasonable budget, and the projection that the town manager has put forward appears to be very reasonable, very appropriate for the level of service. And Mr. President, I'm obviously here for any questions, comments, or concerns that would be raised by the town council.
Thank you. Questions of the town attorney. Councilor Palumbo.
Just a quick one that you mentioned that I was going to bring it up because of the Oklahoma decision. I really do think we need an update on where this litigation is.
I absolutely agree.
Especially with the recent decision made, the court decision, but then Oklahoma just settled. I'd like to, and I know the Attorney General also is trying to do a case, so.
And I actually have
It'd be great
met
if we
with
could
the,
have,
I met with the Attorney General. There's a lot to be discussed. It's a fascinating area, and one that we could certainly schedule an executive session to give you an update on that.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that.
Any other questions of the town attorney? Councilor Falcoff.
Yeah, could you please work on changing the open meeting law for us?
I will certainly get on top of that right away.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Attorney Rich, for your service to us and to the community and to the manager and his staff.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, water and sewer enterprise budgets. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Town Council. The water and sewer budgets are at the end of the budget book, but I'm going to speak what we've done before. Just by way of background, I'll speak to some of the items listed on pages 46 and 47. What we're going to have tonight, Mr. President, members of the council, I will provide the opening remarks regarding the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer enterprise budgets, speak to, as we've done in the past, Mr. President, speak to the expenditure side, the water department expenditure budget first, and then the sewer expenditure budget. Subsequent to that, I'm going to, if you will, Mr. President, with your indulgence, bring forward Mr. Tracy, the Town Auditor, Assistant Town Manager of Finance, to briefly speak on the revenue side, where he'll introduce the review that him and Mr. Mayotte have been working with a consultant to review actual and projected consumption data for the revenue side for fiscal year 2020. So what I'd like to try to do at this point, Mr. President, is to take up from the expenditure side the water budget for fiscal year 20. When you look at the fiscal year 19 water enterprise budget is $7,904,154. The proposed fiscal year 2020 water enterprise fund budget is $8,395,278. That's an increase of $486,124. I call your attention to the MWRA assessment, which is account number 671. Of that almost $8.4 million budget, the appropriation for the MWRA assessment is $3,899,172. That represents 46.466% of the water budget. Just prior to, and I should have spoken both of them in its entire, is a more of a beginning remarks, the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer enterprise budgets total $19,840,902, which is an increase of $1,234,193 above the fiscal year 2019 amount. The fiscal year 20 budget includes funding of 18 full-time employees as funding has been continued for the project engineer to assist the Department of Public Works with items and issues related to Town Council's fiscal year 2020 budget policy guideline 2B and H, and along with ongoing capital project guidelines. Additionally, as indicated in the budget, we've got retained earnings of $500,000 in the water budget and in the sewer budget, in order to continue addressing water and sewer stormwater infrastructure in coordination with upcoming street construction projects, as well as to continue funding efforts to further develop and manage the Phase 2 MS4 permit management plan and phosphorus control plan. So again, on the water enterprise budget, Mr. President, going up $486,124, a significant increase of $175,974 in the MWRA assessment, along with the account number 973, which is the transfer to capital projects, which would be the retained earnings in fiscal year 2020, going up $500,000 in the water budget, up from $250,000 last year. So again, the water enterprise expenditure budget at this point, Mr. President, with 12 full-time employees in the water enterprise budget is $8,395,278.
Questions on the water budget? Seeing none, Mr. Manager, the sewer.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, the sewer enterprise budget for fiscal year 2019 is, is $10,697,555. The proposed budget before this evening for fiscal year 2020 sewer enterprise fund, the expenditure side of the budget is $11,445,624, which is an increase of $748,069. Again, there are 6 full-time employees in the sewer enterprise fund budget. I call your attention to account number 671, the MWRA assessment. for fiscal year 2020 is $6,735,163. That represents 58.84% of the fiscal year 2020 sewer enterprise budget. Again, I call your attention, account numbers 974, the retained earnings going up or budgeted for fiscal year 20 at $500,000. The dollar amounts represent $250,000 over the fiscal year 2019. Thus, Mr. President, the proposed fiscal year 2020 sewer enterprise expenditure fund budget is $11,445,624. Mr. President.
Thank you. Questions on the sewer budget? Councilor Woodland.
Just curious what the water and sewer retained earnings are at right now, the total number, we know.
Yes, I can speak to that right now. The fiscal year prior to the consideration of the $500,000 on both the water and sewer, the retained earnings are as follows. For water would be $2,629,861, and the sewer retained earnings is $1,349,273. Again, those two numbers would be before the $500,000 would be reduced for the fiscal year 2020 budget.
Any other questions on sewer? Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering in the future if the new DPW project engineer is going to come under administration, or I thought that role was involved in all projects in town. I'm just.
Well, it's also was funded. We had an opportunity to provide not only the lead expense in working within the sewer enterprise budget, but does provide some of his services for townwide as well. So, but.
Okay, so we're not missing a project engineer position that DPW would like to add. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Donato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Manager, I was wondering, and I know you touched on this in your comments on water, and I think unfortunately it went in one ear and out the other. On the budgeted increase from the $250,000 to $500,000 on the transfer to the general fund, those monies are to finance capital improvements to the water and sewer systems?
Yes, they would, to continue addressing water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure in coordination with either street construction projects or also continue efforts to further develop and manage the Phase 2 MS4 permit management plan and phosphorus control plan.
So we're anticipating this year that we're going to have a larger amount of capital projects related to those?
Well, I mean, that's the superintendent and certainly the assistant superintendent, the director of administration finance have spoken to Mr. Tracy considerably time. I mean, the town council has, just by way of background, has since fiscal year 2015 through the proposed fiscal year 2020 budget, including the $1 million that's proposed for fiscal year 2020, will have appropriated $5 million of retained earnings for helping for these construction projects. So it's not an abnormality. It's been $500,000 last year, but fiscal year 2015 was $1 million, 2016 was $1 million, 2017 is $500,000, 2018 was $1 million, 2019 was $500,000, and now $1 million. Now, Mr. President, just back to Councilor Denali's query and Councilor Woodland's query, the one thing that I would suggest that moving forward, you'll now be looking at water retained earnings of $2.1 million, and the sewer would be down to about $850,000. So there is a little concern that that amount of funding is not going to be able to continue. You know, the retained earnings, we're providing that, and council's been very good in providing the support for that. So this is not, it's $500,000 more than it was in fiscal year 2019, but fiscal years 15, 16, and 18 appropriated $1 million as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Palumbo.
Let me just ask something, whether I'm misreading this, but it's based on what Mr. Tracy just handed out, it would seem to me, I just want to make sure this statement I make is not inappropriate or wrong, is that the water and sewer enterprise funds are very helpful to funding some of our positions and some of the some of the departments. I have this as about $2,170,000 that is used from that water and sewer income that's used to help pay for different staff positions and for different programs. Is my correct when am I reading this?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, what was just passed out was the indirects.
Yeah.
That typically is put in the back of the detailed binder book that's in front of you, Council Plumber. We found out that we had not put that in this year, so we wanted to obviously get it to you before tonight. The indirect cost is something that Mr. Woodcock developed for over a couple of years, and what we do is just plug in the numbers based upon his allocation analysis. We update this every year for you, and the first page, the water indirects is 1.6, so yes, $1.6 million is coming out of the water enterprise fund and is going to the sewer fund as a revenue source to help pay for that allocation that's listed there.
So it's a big benefit to the town to have this water and sewer income.
It is, to the extent that because the water and sewer enterprise fund is so big, if we didn't have those, some of these expenditures would not necessarily be needed to be in the general fund.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Manager?
Yeah, now we turn to the other, unlike any other budgets, the general fund budgets, now we're going to talk, this is the water enterprise funds, as what town council had adopted this back in fiscal year 1999 and was adopting water and sewer enterprise funds. Now we're going to talk about the revenue side of the equation is utilization of the water and sewer enterprise funds allows for the to demonstrate which portions of the total cost of services are recovered through user charges versus the tax levy, and the surplus of retained earnings, if any, would remain with the fund either to develop reserve funds for system improvements or offset future rate increases. Now, indicated in the budget message, Mr. President, members of council, on page 47, the town was currently, this is back on April 23rd, is currently working with a consultant to review actual and projected consumption data in fiscal year 2019, as well as projected revenues and rates for fiscal year 2020. Mr. Tracy will now speak about that. If you recall, what we will be doing subsequent to the presentation that Mr. Tracy will formally introduce, the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer and expenditure budgets will be considered a week from tonight, but the water and sewer rates to cover the cost of the water and sewer enterprise funds would be, first reading would be at the June 11 meeting and then the June 25 meeting. So at this point, Mr. President, members of the council, Mr. Tracy, Town Auditor, Assistant Town Manager for Finance.
Mr. President, members of the Town Council, tonight Dave Fox from Raftellus will be reviewing with you the work he and the firm have undertaken regarding the analysis of our water consumption and the proposed water and sewer rates for 20. You may recall that Mr. Fox was here last year for the first time, but alongside him was Mr. Chris Woodcock, who has since retired. As you know, Mr. Woodcock was the consultant for the town used for many years related to water and sewer matters. The 20 water and sewer report and related proposed rates from Raftellus was forwarded to the council on Friday morning, and a copy left on your individual file cabinets in the council office. And given the time of the night, I will just turn it right over to Mr. Fox from Raftellus so he can make his presentation regarding the water and sewer rate study.
Good evening, everyone. I am very under the weather, so I apologize in advance for you having to listen to my voice throughout this entire presentation. For your benefit, I will try to make this as efficient as I possibly can. As Mr. Tracy mentioned, I have been working with him and Mr. Mayotte pretty closely over the past month or so, going through and determining what your water and sewer rates should be for fiscal year 2020 to support the operating budgets that you just heard the town manager go through. So I prepared a few, maybe just 4 or 5 slides just to walk you through this process, pretty high level. I will do that now. The projected fiscal year 2020 expenses and revenues on the water and sewer side. As you can see, to offset the water and sewer revenues, you do have some miscellaneous revenues that are coming in from non-user charges, things like interest-related revenue, things like that are coming in. They're non-user charges. They're only about $800,000 in both the water and sewer funds. That's leaving us to recover from your user charges. Your rates are actually charged to your customers from water and sewer, about $7 million on water and a little over $10 million on sewer. Your revenue under your existing rates is what we're saying. If you do nothing at all and you leave your rates as they are today through fiscal year 2020, what do we think your revenue is going to look like? On the water side, instead of the $7 million that we need to generate, it'd be only about $6.8 million. On the sewer side, instead of the $10.1 million, it'd be $9.6 million, which shows a required increase on the water side of about $171,000 and $474,000 on the sewer side, which amounts to a 2.5% increase on your water rates and a 4.9% increase on your sewer rates. Depending on which hat you have on, this is a trend of your water consumption going back to fiscal year 1994 through what we're projecting of fiscal year 2019 estimated. We're most of the way through fiscal year 19 now. We're just estimating. And as you can see, consumption has been going down significantly over time. You are not alone here. This is going on all across the country, all throughout the industry. And again, depending on which hat you have on, this is a good or a bad thing. It's a good thing for conservation. The conversations you were having earlier, resource efficiencies and making efficient use of the resources that we have here in New England and in Massachusetts. That's a great thing. Unfortunately, as consumption goes down, so do your revenues, and we have to combat that to some degree. So although I think conservation is a great thing, it's something that should be incentivized. It should be something that is that I think this council should be in support of. We have to be cognizant of the fact that consumption does keep going down and revenues have to go up, or rates have to go up to support that, even if your operating expenses were not going up on an annual basis. So what I have here in front of you, and I apologize it's not fitting completely on the screen, is just showing your existing or your current water and sewer rates versus the proposed, so fiscal year 19 versus 2020, assuming that 2.5% increase on water and the 4.9% increase on sewer. So as you can see, the 2.4, 2.6, 2.5% there, that's just due to rounding to come up to round numbers. But in general, your water rates, both your fixed charges, that minimum charge per quarter, are going up from your typical residential customer is a 5/8 inch customer, so they're going to be paying $6.97 right now. They would go up per quarter to $7.14, or a difference of 17 cents, and it's 2.5%. And then your volumetric rates, which are based on the amount of water that you're actually using, again, would then go up by about 2.5%. Where your sewer rates that are also based on water consumption would go up about 4.9%. Irrigation-related consumption is only on water. That would go up 2.5%. And your private fire protection charges are also going to go up 2.5% under these proposed rates. So what does that mean? It's great just to look at rates, but what does that mean to your actual customers? So I bring your attention to slide 5, the impact of the proposed rates, what a current customer is going to pay versus what they would pay under these proposed rates. That 5/8 inch customer with a 25 CCF consumption, that's your typical residential customer. So right now, under their current bills for water and sewer combined, they're paying $333.97. Under the proposed rates for fiscal year 2020, that would go up to $347.39, or an increase of about $13 per quarter. This amounts to about a 15-cent a day increase, and if just by moderate conservation, again, I think it's a good thing to conserve, just by moderate conservation, a customer can actually reduce the impact completely of that increase. It's only about 4% increase. And the other, there's a large volume customer there, 5/8 inch with 40 CCF, even higher volume customer, maybe even a commercial customer with 5/8 inch meter, 50 CCF, and then a commercial, average commercial customer and a higher volume commercial customer there as well. And you can all see they're all going up about that 4% because we're just doing across the board increase. With that being said, I will stop talking and entertain questions at this point. So thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for this final report. It answered a lot of questions in detail. Councilor Woodland.
Thank you for the presentation. Just for the folks at home, could you talk a little bit more about if some of the charges are based on your usage and our usage as a community keeps going down, why the rate keeps going up? It would seem a little contradictory, so I would just like that explained a little further.
Sure. You generate the vast majority of your revenue from consumption-based charges. So you take a bucket of dollars and divide into that what we think your customers are going to use, and that comes up with a per unit rate, which is established by tiers, but essentially it's just a per unit rate. If you have a lower number on the bottom of that equation, if you have a lower denominator, you're obviously going to have a higher per unit rate to recover the exact same amount of money. So as consumption decreases, even if you're targeting the exact same amount of revenue, that's going to result in a higher per unit rate. Unfortunately, yes, conservation does lead to higher rates, but it doesn't necessarily mean to higher bills if you can conserve accordingly. Does that answer your question?
I guess to a degree, yeah.
I'm sorry, no, please ask a follow-up.
I think just logically, it sounds, if you're purchasing less and using less, that it costs more to do with less.
Yeah,
so just that concept in general.
It's completely counterintuitive, and it's a conversation that you're having and every other body like yours is having across the country. They're trying to incentivize, yes, let's conserve water, but at the same time, when you do conserve water to recover that same amount of revenue, your rates have to go up accordingly. It does not mean, though, that's in total by the community, though. And if one customer, if a customer can conserve even more, the fact that the vast majority of a customer's bill is made up from a volumetric component, it does mean that they have the ability to control their bill.
Yeah.
By having, if it were, let me just go back here to this, if this charge here were somewhere in the, $50 range per quarter fixed, a customer can't do anything to control that portion of their bill. So the vast majority of their bill is still volumetric, and they do have an ability to control their bill. There is an incentive there, and if you use less, you are going to pay less. It's just unfortunate that per unit rate is having to go up a little bit more to make up that difference.
Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. Let me just ask. So $53.68 per quarter is not a small amount of money for some people. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but we were just talking earlier about the difference of $7 savings, and here we're talking about an increase of 53, let's just round it off, $55 a quarter. Am I right? That's what we're talking about for an individual, a year, annually.
Annually, yes.
Okay. So if we need the increase in order to cover the revenue, in order to cover the expenses, right? If we need the increase, why don't we drop the expenses?
I could speak to that, but Mr. Tracy, if you want to try for me.
Yeah, Councilor Palumbo, most of the costs for the water and sewer enterprise are fixed costs, whether it's debt service, the MWRA, which is 58, 59, most of their expenses are related to their debt service, and then we have the personnel, our contractual obligations. So it is very difficult for the water and sewer enterprise funds to lower their expenses.
What about the indirect costs? We just showed us. Would those go down, and therefore ratepayers aren't having to pay more?
The indirects, if I remember right, without going, if I compare them in the forecast part of the budget, I don't have that with me.
Okay.
One of the indirects went up and one of the indirects went down. I do think it was a net increase, but $40,000 or $50,000. And in the scheme of things, that may sound like a lot of money, but it's not. In the scheme of things, the water sewer enterprise and the indirects, it's not a whole lot of money.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Falcoff.
Yeah, following up on that, is it the case that a lot of the expenses that can't be lowered have to do with maintaining the infrastructure?
Yes, absolutely.
That doesn't matter how much water flows through it, you got to keep the pipes in good shape.
Yes.
Thank you.
Those costs are incurred by you 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, whether customers are using water or not. And there's a cost associated with that.
Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you speak to just a couple examples of conservation efforts and how that you might be aware of and how Watertown might compare, whether it's by household or municipality?
Sure. Conservation efforts, one, if you are irrigating, just be very cognizant of the fact that you're putting, good drinking water on brown dirt. If you, within your home, making sure to, only run your washing machine when it's full, or make sure to adjust the water volume on that washing machine if you have the ability to do so. Be cognizant of the fact when you're, I have a wife and two little girls who like to take very long hot showers, and just trying to educate them on, this is costing money, or filling up their swimming pool in my backyard. This is costing us money. Being cognizant of that fact when you're taking showers, brushing your teeth, washing dishes, only running the dishwasher when it's full. I think here in this region, really in the country, we are not nearly at the level that we could be in terms of per capita consumption. We're nowhere near the levels of, say, Europe, where somebody gets in the shower and they run the water and they turn the water off and they lather themselves up and then they turn the water back on, and we have a luxury here, and we can really in the Northeast because we have a lot of water. We're not in the situation that they're in the Pacific, Southwest and California and Arizona, where they're quite literally running out of water. We don't have that issue here, but it doesn't mean that individuals shouldn't do their part of trying to, for resource conservation. It's not necessarily we're running out of water now, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and there's other costs associated. There's electricity costs, there's carbon footprint associated with using water. It's not just the water conservation. And what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe the city staff is better to answer in terms of average use. Do we have a sense of how we fare, with other likable municipalities and
You're right about
for
the
volume?
median, I'd say.
Median, okay.
Which gives you some room to reduce, but
Okay.
I wouldn't say that. And that's completely apples to apples too,
Right.
or apples to oranges. I'm
Right.
sorry, to community with
Yeah.
more irrigation, less irrigation, things like that.
Could I just add one thing, and it's actually a segue to your question? The rates this year was based upon 101.5 million cubic feet, where last year was based upon 105.2 million cubic feet. So that chart that Mr. Fox showed in his presentation, the consumption is going down. I want to preface the remark, we've had a very wet spring.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Fox was looking at this, he didn't have, and he stated that he did not have the full year's worth of the data, so we're still working on it. So, I am a little bit concerned, just so the council knows when we finish the year, what we may end up with revenue because of that wet spring and the downward trend of our consumption.
Anyone else? Councilor Woodland?
So I think I heard, if looking at the presentation here, our water is 47% of the water goes to the MWRA assessment, and 59% of the sewer.
That's correct.
And it's my understanding that MWRA, a lot of their expenses in debt service. When does that debt service get retired? I don't know. I forget how long they're into their paying off.
I don't do work with MWRA directly, so
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure. I believe that they have some debt service dropping off in fiscal year 2025, but like every other water utility and sewer utility, even wholesale utilities across the country, just because debt service drops off doesn't mean it's not going to get replaced with something. I would imagine they're going to.
We can't expect a big drop
imagine
in the
they're going to-
assessment in 5 years. No.
I can't imagine so, but
Okay.
that's me just being a little speculative. But I would imagine that they're going to replace that debt service with some more debt service, some newer debt service.
Thank you for your presentation. It's often puzzling when you see how many apartments and how many things are going up in the community to see that graph continue to go down. And I know they put in all, any way to conserve water, they do that, but there's so many of these units, you would think that that would go at some point the other way. So it's just an interesting dynamic from where some of us sit, trying to deal with that. And again, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Before we adjourn, Mr. Manager, did you have anything else?
No, that's it, Mr.
Okay,
President.
can I get a motion to refer the manager's recommended FY20 budget to the full town council for consideration on June 4th at 6 PM? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.